What's going on? Help. Uh, that's a good way to start the YouTube stream. Hey, YouTube Live, hello. Uh, yeah, I was thinking it'd be cool to, so right now we have a post-process like outline edge effect. We have like this whole edge effect that's currently in here. I think I brought that in from, I think I brought that one in from Suit for Hire, pretty sure. Yeah. But it'd be cool to do a kind of, I don't know what the word is, like a posterization effect. It'd be interesting to play around with that for like some of the shadows and stuff. I don't know how you would go about doing that though. How would you go about doing that in Unreal? I upped the sharpening a little bit. Do I like the look of that? I don't know. We'll tell when we have more environments and stuff like that. Right now, like, I don't think we're gonna be able to see. Like, you can tell it gets sharper here, but I have no idea what the game's art style is gonna look like. I genuinely like. I actually just don't know. I've been looking around on ArtStation and stuff like that for like inspiration, and I don't know what I'm gonna do for the art style. I, I think it's just we're gonna fuck around with it, you know. I have some like inspirational like imagery, some like really cool imagery. Absolver was like a cool inspiration point. Like Absolver looks really cool. I like their art style. You know, like this one too. But yeah, I love the like red and black of this though. Like, and then there was this. I was like, this is kind of sick. I like the almost Mars-like sand slash dirt. Yeah. There we are. I'm going into surgery next week. Might not return. You will return. Don't you worry. Healthier than ever. Don't you worry. This was a cool little inspiration. You will unfortunately return. My God. I guess that's positive in some way. I just realized they used a bunch of AI for this shit. And I can see it. Ugh. Ugh. No. How do I remove it? How do Oh. They're specifying AI tools, and it definitely does have that. It has that look. It has that look. But they're also specifying Photoshop and After Effects. But why are they... I don't understand the After Effects part. Why are they... Where's After Effects in this? Why After Effects? What is After Effects doing here? Oh god, this guy's entire fucking page is all just AI. Get me out of here! Just get me. No, get me out of here. You scroll down further and further and you start seeing the AI anime like generic shit. Oh god. I had this I had on my reference sheet. This looks bonkers. This I don't know though. This seems like it's actually like drawn with brushes though. You got a Rumen? This I had. Bro, my English is gone. There was this piece too that I thought looked really sick. Looks insane. I love like the color usage. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, most of my inspiration is like, for the most part, like colors and just mood. Just overall, like mood inspiration. It was this one that I thought looked really sick too. Will a character have a cape? Brother, it's first person. Even if he had a cape, you wouldn't fucking know he'd had a cape. Even if he did have one, how would you know? Like the sound of cloth waving in the wind? But you can't look down? Brother, when you look down, this is what happens. Uh-oh. What the? It would appear every time I eject, I can't see my character anymore. This is not good. Anyways, whatever. Yeah. Will I do a third-person view? No. No, not for this game. This won't be another suit for hire moment because the amount of work involved with adding a third-person mode to our janky-ass first-person mode is just going to be way too much. How's progress going on Game 2? I've not started the U project for it, but I probably will today. We should make it so kicking off of an object launches you back. That being said, we need to work on the like wall running a lot. Like there's some clear negligence of that that part. What if you made friend slop instead of this? Well, who knows? Game 2 could be friend slop. Game 2 could be friend slop. Okie dokie. Oakley dokley. Swords make bullet holes. We'll change that. I think what we'll do is we'll just make it so it like, I don't know, does sparks or something. I could see sparks being really cool. One of your abilities is you spill out oil out of your hand and then you yeah, put that shit on fire. Oh, dude. I spell slop. Oil slop. Do I watch tutorials for learning? I do. Like, the Active Ragdoll one, we watched that one tutorial that I need to bring back. I don't know where that is. Active Ragdoll. I think it's this one. Was it this video? Yes. We were watching this video. I do watch tutorials from time to time, definitely. The thing is, I know a lot of the things that they're doing here. So I could probably try to do it myself. What values did they associate to the physical animation data? What values did they use? They took the velocity and they adjusted the orientation strength based off of that. And then they also adjusted the position strength. And that's it? They didn't adjust I know the other ones are based off of its non-local simulation. So maybe that's... If you think about the visual style of your game, I think a lot of like brushstroke / ink / Street Fighter 4 type of visuals. I'm thinking, yeah, the environments, at least how I'm picturing a lot of like tileable textures that very like painterly-esque. So it's like stroked lines and then maybe like a really simplistic normal map on top to imply what it is. I'm curious if we can make do without roughness maps though. I think that could be interesting. So, yeah, very, a lot of color usage. I'm curious if we can do some fun stuff with the roughness. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we end up doing. I don't know. Here's the thing. If we don't have any roughness or everything is rough, brother, gamers love reflections. They think reflections equals graphics. I know I'm dumbing it down, but reflections equals graphics. But yeah, I definitely do watch tutorials. We're probably going to be working on this today, I think. What are we working on today? Ragdolling? Yeah, I've always had this interesting concept where it's like enemies go into like an active ragdoll, and we can make them go into active ragdoll by like making them lose their like balance and stuff like that, like kicking them really hard, or like certain spells might make them trip or whatever, and then maybe kicking, similar to what we did with Super Hire, kicking enemies into other enemies makes the other enemy trip from that too. So yeah. My drawing, thank you for the raid. Thank you. And also the raid on YouTube too. Dude, I'm still, I don't even know how to do that. So thank you. I thought you knew everything. Nah, I'm kind of stupid a lot of times. You know, I do be a little stupid. If you edit video settings and add a redirect, it's under the customization menu. Does it like redirect by default when you end the stream, or is that like on a per stream basis? You just think what to make, then you make the logic? I don't know. I just kind of go with the flow, to be honest. It's on a per stream basis. Oh, okay. Okay, comprende. I see. I really wonder how we could... I think the only way we could simulate the look of an enemy staggering, but not necessarily like tripping just yet. We need to give them 8 directional locomotion animations, which I do not have. I do not have at the momento. So. Yeah. Well, we have stabbing. Yes. I don't... my current thought process is you activate it by holding shift. Like when you're shift and then stab, like doing that, it'll go into a stab. I don't know yet. It could be like when you're holding and then hit like the interact key, or maybe when you kick. I don't know yet. I have no idea how I want to do it yet. Ideally, the original idea was scroll wheel in would go into a stab and the scroll wheel down would do a thing, but that's not very like controller friendly, I guess. So we'll see how we end up going about it. I don't know yet. How's the gameplay ability system going? I haven't been using it. I've been kind of avoiding it. We added some attribute sets to get started with like health and whatnot, but I'd have to like learn how to move everything to that. And I probably will at some point, but yeah. First person, am I going to use one mesh or multiple? We have one for everything. So the legs are part of the one mesh. And then, yeah. I feel like we should put in a system where it's like, if you're moving the arm really quickly, maybe we adjust some of like the speed of the swing and stuff. I feel like that could be really, really interesting. I think Mordhau did that. I remember watching the video. They did some really cool stuff where it's like, if you swing, but then look in the opposite direction, you like swing slower, which I think is really cool. It makes the swing contextually... It makes it make more sense, I guess. Which I think is cool. Especially with the direction that we're going in with the swinging right now. Especially the direction that we're going in with all this stuff. Set all motors angular drive parameters. Oh, is that what, is that how they get the ragdoll to feel stiffer? Set all motor angular drive parameters. I want to try something. What kind of values are they doing? 0, 0, 0 to 1,000, 1,000 such. I want to see what that looks like. Oh, Jay. The animation is at the same speed, but turning keeps your blade in the same spot. Right. Which, what we did is hitting an enemy technically makes it so the sword now stays in a relatively same spot. You can see, like, we're turning. Whereas realistically, when we turn, the sword stays. I think that's just so... There's something so fun about it. It just feels so good. And it feels like there's more of a hit stop going on there. Did I ever play the early 2000s Star Wars game called Obi-Wan? They use the D-pad plus right thumbstick on Xbox controller to do sword swinging. That's interesting. I don't know if I would want to do that. I'd want to try to make it as intuitive as possible. If we can. Obviously, the reality of it is, it's not going to be some like basic combat system like you would expect from like a Dark Souls game or whatever. It's going to be a little bit more like involved, I guess. Ideally, with like the direction you're attacking in and whatnot. Yeah. Many devs use a second mesh for generating shadows. Are going to be doing this kind of thing. For the environment? Oh, you mean for the player character? No, our player character currently is a fake circular shadow beneath him. I do not care about realism at all for this project. Like, at all. I don't care about seeing our legs. I don't care about any of that. I just don't think, like... I don't think any of those elements are, like, necessary. Maybe when you're sliding, we could have the legs in front, because that would look good from an animation standpoint, and then we would transition from, like, sliding into a kick. Like, that could feel really good. But... in terms of like realistic elements, like the sun showing, like I don't care about that stuff. To be honest. You know, Philip, what is this game gonna be? It's like a fantasy action roguelike kind of thing. People complain a lot about Silent Hill F using a few features from Souls Combat, even though the actual combat is. I think the reason why people complained about Silent Hill F is because it's like, I guess it's because it doesn't really make sense, I guess, for the Silent Hill title, and I guess people expected something different. But then I've heard from other people that apparently Silent Hill has never had good combat in any of the games. I don't know. I don't play Silent Hill. I don't really know too much about it, so these are all just hearsay. Oh, right. The angular motor thing. I wanted to see if that actually does, if that's actually doing anything. If I up the number of that, or lower it. Then what if I lower it down to 0? What if I make that 5,000? Day 14. Give it up for day 14. Yep, it's day 14, week 2. Oh, wait. You guys can see it on death. They're trying to keep their form. They're oh, that's kind of funny, dude. Okay. I think I see what this is doing. I think oh my god. Okay, can you do that on a per bone basis? It said all motors angular driven. Okay. Okay, I see what that node does. I see what that's doing. Okay, so I see what they're doing here.
Shit my pants, I did.
I can see what they're doing here. And you can modify these values in the constraints on the physics asset. Wendy, by the way, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. 27 months. Holy moly. Have I looked at For Honor's approach? They have it so you modify your stance, right? Is that what it is, y'all? I always was so interested in For Honor when it came out, and I just never played it. But I'm sure I'd probably love it if I went into it. It's a stance kind of thing, right? If I remember correctly. There's like 3 different things, and you're like going into that stance. What do I think of Arc Raiders? I think it looks really fun and sick, and I'm excited for its release. And I had a really fun time playing the playtest a few months ago, or whenever it was, or last year, or whatever. I think it's a cool ass game. I saw Randy made a gameplay video of him playing Arc Raiders. You'd go into a stance and then use the right thumbstick to swing in an angle/direction. Right, interesting. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do it, because in the perspective of For Honor, they're in third person, and I think they also do target locking, so they can probably do a lot more stuff. Mordhau, I saw they use the direction that you're like looking in to change things. So we could always do, like, we have our light attacks, which are really simple, that are not necessarily based on the direction that you're like looking. We could do the strong attack as a way of like, whichever direction you're looking, maybe modifies the attack or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what feels good, right? And we'll see what makes sense too. Like, what does stabbing do versus all the other things? I think one thing that could be really cool is doing like an up attack could like launch enemies up in the air. I think that could be really fun. When you add skill trees and the bear, oh god, no, don't bring up Crimson's Fantasy, the bear again. Don't bring up the bear. Don't bring up the bear. Don't bring it up. I don't want to hear it. The bear has to be in this. What do you mean? What about stance changing like in Ghost of Tsushima? If we can avoid a button changing your stance and that's how it defines the attack, and instead it's just more flowy with like the movement and the specific like thing you're doing, I think I would prefer that if we can. So going into a dash and then attacking does something. Jumping or then attacking or releasing an attack while jumping does something different. You know what I mean? Like things like that. Think about the meme value of the first devlog for this game, having a guy holding a fantasy sword fighting the bear. I like Dying Light's approach where it's more contextual based on the target you're going to hit. That also makes sense too. That also makes sense too. We could definitely make it more, I guess, casual friendly, I guess. I don't know if I would say casual friendly. It's just more not done for you, but kind of in some way. I like being able to let the player control to an extent what they're doing though, because if we start an attack like that, or, you know, but we'll see. Currently, we literally just have 2 attacks. It could literally, everything, all of this could change once we add like a couple more animations in. I would like to figure out a way. So I do a little simple thing where I rotate the mesh and like this when you're swinging and moving to kind of make the attack go a little bit more this way or a little bit this way direction. I'd be curious to see like how we could go even further with that, but dynamically, so I don't have to like change the entire animation, if that makes sense. I don't want to have to make an animation that's literally just a slightly diagonal attack if I can, and instead I do it in like a dynamic way. I think that could be really sick. Is this first-person Vampire Survivor? Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Savantique dropped in to say thanks for Superfire. Really fun to play. Looking forward to future updates. There's a lot of untapped potential there. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, most of the updates are not necessarily content updates. They're more so like quality of life updates and whatnot. I would like to look into like modding. My concern more so comes in like how many people are actually going to make use of that, I guess, with the amount of effort that it would take to put in. We'll see. Isn't that just rotating the bone in the ABP? Yes, currently what it's doing is rotating the bone. Like, and I can make it like way more intense right now just to show you guys. There is a beta branch right now with what the next update is going to be. It's just kind of like adding in some fun little stuff, changing up some sound effects, making it feel more... where's the animation blueprint? Oh, it's in here. Like, for example, being able to throw a katana can actually, like, stick into enemies and whatnot. I think that's a fun little addition. All right, here it is. But, for some reason, we are only moving the right hand around? We should move the entire root body. So right now it's set to 8. I can set it to like 35. But I don't think we would set the right hand. I think that's just for like this, mostly these animations. You can see when we're like swinging in a certain direction, it kind of changes stuff. Anyways, yeah, I think this is a different detail. I think we would actually want to rotate the root bone. Or not the root bone, the spine. The spine. The spine. Possibly. Maybe the spine. Maybe the spine. What if we do the spine here? Currently it's hand, but what if we do spine... 03, what happens? Oh, interesting. Maybe we just activate it during attacks. Like, that could be another factor. Let's go ahead and increase that to 25. It is kind of changing the direction of the attack. That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Oh, hey. Whoa! 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 Okay. You know what? Put that on the back burner. That's an idea. Put that on the board. Someone put that on the whiteboard. Put that fucker on the whiteboard. That's a cool-ass idea. Spine rotation based off of attack direction. Yeah! Yeah! Yes! Yes! Yes. Suit for Hire is no longer a game, it's a platform. We turned Suit for Hire into Roblox. Just without all of the pedophilia and all of the other elements that are, you know, not very good associate. Anyways. Just without all of the Okay. You're golden. Yeah, that was cool, man. We should play around with that more. Like rotating the spine. And then like really changing up the attack direction. I think that's sick. Like during the attack. I think if we do it during gameplay, it looks really janky. But when it's just during the attack, we could do some really cool shit there, you know what I mean? Like, that was really cool, being able to, like, kind of direct our attack towards the legs. Okay, let's start putting in the begin ragdolling system for the enemies. By following this tutorial. By following this one simple step, we can put this system in. Mainly because I know how to do it. I know what he's doing, but I like the result that he has, and I wouldn't mind using it as a basis for our system. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm putting down? You get what I'm saying? Anyway, Sass. Just drag and drop it? Yeah, drag and drop. Yeah, we're just drag and dropping. That's exactly what we're doing. So we already have some of this setup in because we've already done a bunch of this stuff. I believe in begin play, we are already setting up the bone stuff right here. Is there anything else I should possibly know about? Welcome to tutorial hell. Listen, we're not the same. I watch tutorials to copy someone's system, not to learn from it. Hey, come on, man. Oh, man. I just joined to see your ass in the corner. Whatever. Anything I tell you, you're not going to listen to me. What I'm curious about is the fact that they're setting the movement mode to none. But I guess that makes sense. What's also curious is that they're creating the ragdoll start as a function and not as a custom event. Ragdoll update, I'm assuming is going in event tick. Wait, that's interesting. They're applying the physical animation setting. They're constantly changing the physical animation settings on tick. Because I'm assuming that's where they're putting ragdoll update. Where are they hooking up that function? I'm assuming update would imply tick. You get local variables, right? But I guess in my case, sometimes I guess you could always just convert it into a custom event. I always think like sometimes I might need like a timeline or something. You could still technically hook up a timeline in a function. You just hook it up in a different way and you just play it. You'd use the play node or whatever. Hey, Crimson, I don't know if you recall me asking a question about a no compiler error 8 with my project. Turns out it was Visual Studio integration tool. I had to disable it or it wouldn't build. Interesting. The integration tool? Is that the one that shows you like the checklist of things to fix? Is that the one you're talking about? Or is this like a different thing that I don't know about? Fuck Visual Studio with Unreal Loki. Writer! If there's one thing I could recommend for anybody that's using C++, Writer. That if there's one thing you need to spend money on, it's Writer. Which you can still use it, just not commercially. Hold on, I'll be right back. I just have to put my coffee cup away. Hello. You know it's good when Crimson's recommending it? Yeah, me being the guy who hates everything. Me being the guy who's absolutely critical on everything. Okay, I am critical within reason, though. Okay, to be fair, you got people out there that are just critical for no fucking reason, and that have not used the things that they're being critical upon. I wish Unreal stepped away from Visual Studio, but I think they use Visual Studio because it's like a public usable thing, I suppose, because of VS community. But now that Writer has a free version, I guess the thing is you can't use it commercially until you pay for it. So I don't think Unreal would ever make the switch entirely to Writer. Unfortunately, you just need VS because you need certain Visual Studio stuff installed, and Writer relies on that to make Unreal work, unfortunately. That is the reality of it. Yeah. Writer doesn't support a Writer plugin. There's a Writer, there's a plugin, but you still need Visual Studio, and you still need some of its you still need some of the like prerequisites, I guess is the right word here. You still need some of the Visual Studio prerequisites that are associated with Unreal to use Writer. So you still need VS for the very beginning of it. Yeah, I guess you could just install the VS build tools or whatever, You could install those, but generally it's easier to just use VS because there's an entire installer for it. But on an active development basis, yeah, Writer is just the way to go. It's just such a nicer, like, the UI looks nicer. Everything is so much more intuitive. It just feels a lot better than Visual Studio. Visual Studio feels like a mess. Anyways, let's get started on the ragdoll start. Let's get this going. by following this one simple tutorial. I'm still a little iffy about using the character for movement, but I don't think there's any way around it. Because can you hook up root motion into a pawn? Doesn't root motion use the character movement component? So even if I wanted to, this whole node of applying root motion, doesn't this only work with a CMC? Or would you have to hook up everything yourself for root motion to work without a CMC? So I don't know if we can even switch the enemy over to a pawn if we wanted to. I think we're just gonna have to find ways to optimize the CMC component as much as we can. I think that's the only way to do this. Capsule component. Why would I need to do so? The pawn would allow us to be a lot more optimized with larger amounts of enemies. But I'm sure there's probably ways of optimizing the CMC somehow. I'm sure we could probably find out ways of doing it. I have done it before by like changing the tick rate of the CMC, but then it's like you see the enemies kind of teleporting and whatnot. I'm sure there's ways of optimizing it. Possibly. That's why I always think, okay, less enemies is more. Try to design around less enemies rather than hordes of enemies, because I just don't know from a technical standpoint how to even get started doing that stuff. I feel like that's such a difficult thing to do. Bake animation to vertex animation? Yeah, you could use vertex animations, yes. But the CMC is still a huge contributor to things being unoptimized. After I did a lot of profiling, the CMC is like just, it's heavy. It's a heavy boy. It do be a heavy boy. You can use the nav mesh navigation on the CMC, so it's not using the regular capsule collision tracing. Does that, is that, I would imagine, I guess that's cheaper. That's way cheaper, right? Have you seen how Megaballing does movement? Doesn't it literally just like push the enemy forward, and if there's anything in front of it, they'll just climb the thing that they're moving forward? Isn't that literally how he's doing movement for that one? I briefly looked at it. Yeah, it's as cheap as it goes. That's as cheap as it comes. I don't know if I'm gonna make our enemies like that though. That's the thing. I would like our enemies to be able to climb things, because if the player ends up finding themselves like on top of here or something, the enemies literally can't do anything. So it works because his maps can be projected flat, though. There's no overhangs from what I can tell. Right, right. You have to specifically design your level around the enemy navigation and whatnot, for sure. I think that ends up becoming a factor. But it's smart, and it works. The game is clearly doing well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's clearly doing well. Okay, makes sense there. Enabling collision. Which, honestly, I've always been curious, how can I make it so an enemy climbs? Like, how can I make an enemy climb? Maybe I just make it so they get as close as they can, and then once they reach a wall, we just make them jump up or something. I don't know. Like what could be... Because right now, we could also just say that the level design is made in such a way where enemies cannot climb things, but... Who knows? At some point, maybe we just remove wall running and all this stuff, but I really like the element of wall running, and it'd be really fun to include that into the core loop of the game. Where are the spiders at? Currently, I just have these guys, just so I could test out the hits. But we'll probably bring them back later. So, interestingly enough, he is not simulating physics on the root body. Let me put this on the other screen real quick. So, I'm curious then. Make literal pelvis. Let me actually check if, because we use a custom skeleton. I'm fucking stupid for this, but we use a custom skeleton for everything. The crawler, for example, does he have a pelvis? He's not. He has a spine. Does not have a pelvis. And then the legs are on the root. Okay, we have some really big changes we're gonna have to make. But for now, please tell me the grunt is done in a more traditional fashion. Okay. He doesn't have a pelvis, but at least he has a spine 01, which is acting like a pelvis. Why do these guys have custom... Like, okay, I get it for the spider, but... Why do they all have custom bones? What is the... Hold on. What is the skeletal mesh setup of this fucking thing, man? Models, enemies, grunt. February 8th, 2023. Oh, I don't even have a rig. That's great. That's good. That's fantastic. No wonder the animations look like shit. I was raw dogging it. I was quite literally raw dogging it. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Oh, come on. Let me check my first person arms, because this is just the regular. So pelvis contains the legs. Whereas in our case, I think the spine, whatever. Hopefully this doesn't fuck up our shit. Hopefully we can kind of come down to like a similar result. Okay. That's gonna be probably not very good. Hopefully our ragdolls look okay without the pelvis. Did you rewatch the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, Flick, how's it going? Peace out, Ray. Have a good weekend. Pelvis, more like who carevis? No, we need the pelvis. The pelvis is important. So I see this system that they're doing here with the dynamic updating. Okay, let's just get started with this then. Ragdoll start. Let's see if we can get it to look okay when we kick an enemy. Okay. What? What? Is this a repair my laptop? So I wonder if they gave me a replacement instead. Guess you'll find out. Did you smudge the screen? You should put like a thumbprint, and that would have been like 100% like the indicator if they give you a new one or not. Simulate physics. Yeah, that would be under here. Does the grunt not have a spine 01? They do. They do have a spine underscore 01. I've heard stories of companies sending back laptops the exact same, no repairs or changes or anything. That's crazy. Am I adding this movement? I did see this. I thought this was really funny. And great. And I do want to put a, like, maybe not a drop kick, but at least like a slide kick. Honestly, the visuals of this game looks cool. I've been looking at some of the ArtStation posts for it. At least the visuals look cool. I guess it's just not hitting the right RPG elements that this game is meant to fucking have. Your butt would hurt so bad? Well, that's why you play video games. So you could do the thing that you wouldn't be able to do in real life. You know what I mean? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Okay, why is the ragdoll start not activating? I did laptop repairs in high school and charged $280 an hour. Holy moly, I thought that was too high. I ended up doing pretty damn well back then. Ended up with 10 customers and all were satisfied. And the majority of the work I did was restore the OS. Did one minor screen replacement, which was a pain in the ass. Hey, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. What if this is not being able to be called because spine 01 in the physics asset, there's no spine 0. What if there's no spine 01? Wait, there is one. Oh, I know what's going on. In the physical animation hit, we turn off simulate physics in here. So we do need a boolean for ragdolling. Now, this would be better as a gameplay tag, but we're just going to do this for now. Actually, ideally, we do this at the very beginning. That'd be the ideal. Here. Do I have a spine 01 in real life? I don't know. How many spine bones do we have? We probably have like a ton. How many discs do we have? What if it's spine underscore 01? Hell no. Hold on. No, it's 01. I was not a fucking psychopath. Boner underscore 01 cinema. What the hell? What the... I caught the problem on video before I sent the laptop in, so if they somehow didn't catch it or fix it, I can show it to them. Don't show it to them. Don't do their job for them. Do you think building an RTS would be harder than any of the projects you've made so far? An RTS would imply that you have some sort of player versus player. Therefore, yes, probably would be hard. Anything is hard depending on what it is, in my opinion, in the context of it. No, don't get me wrong. This could be a gameplay tag. Okay, a lot of things could be a gameplay tag in here. All right? Don't get me wrong. A lot of things in here could be a gameplay tag. When I'm implementing Gaz, am I going to utilize the multiplayer integration it comes with? I haven't been doing too much of the multiplayer stuff, so like, I don't think so, but you know. The problem is we're not simulating physics on the root bone. That being said, we don't have a pelvis. I don't know how he's simulating physics if he's not using... Oh, he has skip custom physics type? I wish I knew what that meant. I don't know how he is simulating physics without simulating physics on the root bone. I don't know how he's doing that. My concern also is that the physical animation is maybe being taken into account, which is causing issues. I don't know, dude. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. And now, probably not root, but I'm pretty sure this does not matter about. This is not. It does not care about. It does not care about the case. The case. It's not. I don't think it's case sensitive. Yeah, our problem right now is we do not have a pelvis. we are missing a pelvis, which is probably pretty important, all things considered. Pretty important, possibly. Is spine 01 set to kinematic? I don't know if in this tutorial they are setting anything to kinematic. I know the spine bone isn't the root, but I have no clue how they are calling the pelvis and just simulating on the pelvis and causing them to go into full physics mode. Physics type kinematic. They did kinematic on the root bone. I don't know if they kept that. Interesting. That would probably be it. I regret to inform that I don't think it's that. How are they, I really don't know how they're only calling it on the pelvis. I find that to be really interesting. Oh, wait. Hey. Look at that. Speaking of which, why do we have a body for root? Oh, God. I see. That's why. Because I'm a fucking idiot. I'm fucking stupid. So they are simulating on the spine, or on the pelvis, which makes sense. But the fact that we had a root bone, because this physics asset is incorrect because I'm fucking stupid. And also the fact that we don't have a pelvis because I'm, again, fucking stupid. I am dumb. Yeah, pelvis for me is spine 01, which is incorrect. It's technically not correct. Let's see if that... Ah, yes. Idiot. This guy's stupid. Alright, okay, so now that we did that, spine 01 should now be the root bone. He's still falling through the world. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye. You're out, and you're out, and you're out. Okay, so what's happening there? Collision is enabled. Use simple collision as complex. Right. Collision enabled. Physics body. Right. Mesh. Right. Right. Assign the physics body. Physics asset override. I would assume that settings skeleton. I would assume the physics asset is properly associated. I don't flipping know where. Where the shit does that go? Edit skeleton, mesh model. Unreal? Oh, over here. Physics asset. Hey, anybody know where the physics asset goes? Oh, here it is. Okay, it's the one we're editing. Why is he falling through the world? I know he doesn't have a foot bone. We can just ignore the foot bone. He doesn't have a foot bone. Is gameplay ability system really that performance heavy? What if I add an entire 40 AIs duking it out in a tab style game that have these animation types set with the performance tank? I don't think gas is necessarily performance heavy. It's probably the other things that would become performance heavy with that many enemies. That's a really complicated question to answer. Because it's not as simple as one thing is the problem. It's like, and I don't think gameplay ability system would be heavy necessarily, unless you're doing heavy things with it. You can do heavy things with it, right? Like that becomes the problem. Okay, current problem. Why guy going through world? When we have the collision set up to be enabled. Why guy go through world? It's because you gave him 2 spines and no pelvis. Listen, I don't know why we didn't give him a pelvis. I don't know why. Maybe I just didn't think about it. Collision response was static. I think setting it to physics body should make it so... Let's try static really quickly. Maybe the physics body doesn't... Let's check the floor real quick. Let's go through all of the steps. The floor has block all dynamic. We want this to be block all. Alright, see you later then, I guess. Asshole. Is there anything else in this floor? Like block all, does block all, block physics body? Yes. Physics transform update mode to component transform is kinematic. I don't know if we want to well, he's not going through the world, but also not. I don't know why skip kinematic update is it. Hold on. I don't know why they're going through the world. I don't know. That only changes the type, not the responses. I am pretty sure that also changes... Hold on, let's see. They might have a different mesh setup, which I am curious about. Click the mesh. Damn it. I wouldn't mind seeing what his mesh defaults are. Because it could just be that. His mesh defaults might just not allow for collision. Okay, what's my collision setup on this guy? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think this section is getting in the way. So it's almost like we have to set ragdoll to true before we start doing any of this stuff. Or, alternatively, we start with... Okay, my copy and paste is not working. Control C, Control V. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Unreal. Thank you. I don't know what you were trying to paste then. The instant I kick them a second time, they actually do the stuff that we want them to do. So something with the physical animation is going horribly wrong. Where's taking damage? I think we just need to get the physical animation working. I think that's the problem. Is this also not setting the play rate? Uh oh. And so, hold on. No. I think we just need to do the physical animation part. I didn't change anything in here besides is ragdolling, right? Oh, we don't have a root anymore. Spine. Spline 01? Spine 01. Kickflip. Do a kickflip. Do a kickflip. Kickflip now. Tray flip. He's just dead. Okay, we have something is going horribly wrong. I'm gonna delete the other enemies. I don't know why they disappeared. Don't ask me why. There are certain things in life that we just do not know. And this is one of them. Would this be like a stun? I am going to experiment with the concept of enemies being able to like go into an active ragdoll. So they can like, you can kick them into other enemies, or like certain spells might cause enemies to go into an active ragdoll. Fun stuff like that. You ever play Star Wars Unleashed? I forgot what the middle words were. Star Wars Jedi Unleashed? Star Wars something Unleashed? Force Unleashed, that's the one. You know the spell where you can literally like fucking grab a dude and... Can you picture that? That could be fun. Launching goblins away or whatever enemy type. Yeah. So my problem right now is our ragdoll starting is a bit shit because there are certain things happening here. Okay, so it is not canceling out, but... Oh, we need to stop this. That's what's going on. I see. It's this. This is the problem now. Okay. Physics hit timeline. We need to immediately stop this. That's what's going on. All right. We found the problem, and now we can kick a guy. Now. Okay, here now listen up. I don't know, add impulse. Impulse direction. I hope all of our enemies at least have a spine 01. Don't laugh, it's not funny. What the hell did you just do? What the hell is... What is that? Dude, what is he doing? He's roundhouse kicking me, man. Ref! Ref, what the fuck? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Now that I changed it to velocity change, we gotta lower this a little bit. Okay, Unreal, I really want you to shut the fuck up. Stop showing me these damn things. Dude, please. If you show me... Can I change that, actually? Error. Is there a way to, like... Warning. How do you turn them off? No, not all. That's not. I don't think all screen messages is gonna disable that warning in the corner. How do you disable the warning in the corner? Dude, guys, help. Global. Miscellaneous. Click show in the message log. I don't know if that would actually like hide that warning. See, it's still gonna show it up. How do you disable that? I actually don't know how to disable that. Play levels, so it's got to be in the play section. I don't know. I literally don't know. Just ask it nicely not to. Like, obviously I could just fix the warning, but... UE5 disable error / warning pop-up. How to stop the error message from popping up. Did you find a solution? 2021, by the way. Oh, you have to comment out the line of code on a source build. It's that, so since 2021, okay, fucking dude. Here's a solution. Click on show message log and then fix the error. Okay, listen here, asshole. It's like a non-issue error that's like pissing me off. Because it's like, it's really not that... son of a bitch. What's the bone it's associating with? Spine 01 has to have simulate physics enabled if you'd like to add impulse height location. Oh, it's not including self. Yeah. Really? You're gonna make me do this just so I can dodge a stupid fucking warning? Spine02. Please tell me there's a Spine02. Please tell me you have a Spine02. Let's check. Do you have a Spine02? You have a Spine02. Very good. Very good. Very good. That should stop the warnings from ever popping up again. All right. Now we just have a random thing that I don't care about. Okay. Thank goodness. Just fix the issues. In Ingerfoot, you can kick an enemy to another enemy. Yeah, I want to do stuff like that. For sure. I definitely want to do stuff like that. Very suit for hire pilled, being able to do stuff like that. Okay, so now we got to get into the real schmeat. The real schmeat being physical animation while we do the actual ragdoll. And then, of course, the get up system, which we're not going to do any animations for yet. They're just going to get up. They're just going to stand up. So we need to add a function. I love that. You can right click on a category and it doesn't actually add it to the category. Love that. Thanks, Unreal. Yeah, in Suit for Hire, we literally just play an animation and then they do a line trace behind them. We'll probably do a line trace or a box trace in this one as well, but I would like to do a mix of like, I would like to, so in Suit for Hire, it's like 70%, 80% animation, 20%, a little bit of physical animation just to add a bit of spice. I'd like to flip that if we can, so that a lot of the stumbling is procedural. I would love to do that. I think that'd be really fun. Like imagine you kicking a spider and then there's like a grunt behind them and they just trip over top of the fucking thing. I think that'd be really funny. You turn the spider into a bowling ball. His legs just... I think that'd be really... If we could figure out stuff like that, I think we're in business. I think we're in business if we can get stuff like that going. I'll be there. Hold on, let me just follow this tutorial by copying everything they're doing. Because I'm too lazy. Get physics linear velocity. I guess in this case we would want root because we're getting the actual overall speed of the character model. But I think Spine01 would be fine here too. Actually, I don't think we can do... Can we do root? Because wouldn't a body technically be the physics body? Well, whatever. We'll see. I don't know if I want this to be an actual variable, so we're just going to do a local variable for now. They're doing the vector length, okay, and then they're doing a map range clamped, okay, and then they're doing 0 to 1,000, okay. So 1,000 to 2,800, yeah, okay. What do you think about all these friend slap games coming out and new ones popping off at RV there yet? I think it's cool, man. It's fun. Fun games. They could be used as bowling balls? Exactly. That's what I'm thinking, Duck. I think that could be really funny. I think that could be really funny. My game 2 that I might work off stream might be a friend slap game. We'll see. And could be a good, like, could be a good first step into multiplayer. Okay, so they're using that node. Which is like, I think one of the first few times I'm like getting to know this node. So quite new to me. But it's cool. And then they have a third pin section. For the physical animation. And then let's hook this in. I have never thought of doing this. I've never thought of doing this on Tick. On an update. I never thought of doing this on an update. I never thought of that. It's smart. So these are going to have to be variable names because all of our skeletal meshes have different setups. So I guess for this, we're going to do spine 03, kind of upper body. Friend slope is different. That's like the new skate game. Yeah, I've got an idea for a friend slap game. My only huge concern with my current idea of a friend slap game is there's a bit of horror elements, and I've never done horror, and I don't know if I could do it well. So it's very much like a little Repo inspired, and yeah, I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I can do horror. I'm not very good with horror. Like, how do you, how does that work? How horror do? Paige, thank you for the raid. How's it going? How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? I hate UEFN. Have fun. Yeah, me too. Don't get me wrong, me too. Did you know that you can't use the foliage editor with their custom assets, with their assets, because all of the assets are data assets and not like actual static meshes, so you can't even use the foliage tool? That's so much fun. Unless they changed it since then, which then, ignore me. I'm just an old man yelling at clouds. I don't think I don't want to ever use UEFN again. I think it's cool. I think it's sick, and people being able to do that stuff, it's very cool. But it's not for me. Good thing UE6 is uniting both UE5 and UEFN. Yeah, I can't wait for the new standard for the axis is not XYZ, but is actually forward, up, and right. Can't wait for that to be the standard. At the end of the day, everything is just a data asset, but built for a certain system. I know, but it's like, why can't I use the foliage editor to create big clumps of grass? You have to physically drag the things in yourself, or you make your own grass asset. Ah, yes. In our skeletal version, we do not have a thigh. We have upper leg and lower leg. Man, I don't know why I made a custom skeletal mesh for this thing. I don't know why. Why? Why did I do this to myself? Why did I do this to myself? Oh. I can't wait for the UE6 no Fortnite branch that people will immediately make. Yeah, I don't know. They really changed that? Yeah, I search it up. Yeah, it's really bad. Upper leg is okay. Spine 01 is hip/pelvis is not okay. Yeah, all right. Bone police. Boner police. Yeah, whatever, man. Boner police. What else do you want to police? I don't really know why the hand left and hand right have different values, because that's just going to go up the... It's just going to go up the chain of command and modify these things. I already think of XYZ as forward right up, but maybe I'm brain broken. Yeah, I know, but like I feel like the engine shouldn't be doing that for you. Changing up the... Anyways, who cares? Whatever. What difference does it make? What are they doing here? Y has always been up for me. For me, Z has always been up for me. It just makes more sense for me from a 3D perspective. I think when people go from 2D to 3D, I feel like the Y up makes more sense because it's like you look at it from XY though. I don't know. Here's an idea. Why don't we just make it so it's customizable? What? What? You can't do that. What the hell? That's fucked up. You can't. You customizable? What? No, everybody has to just know. It is? Oh, hey, we're good then. I don't know. Is it customizable in Unreal? I don't think it is, because that would probably mess up everything. Oh, here's a little fucky thing. Was it vectors in C++ is different from the way that they structure it? No, it's rotators. A rotator is XYZ or roll, pitch, yaw. I think in C++ it's actually roll, yaw, pitch. I remember I got like absolutely fucked up because I was like messing up some numbers, and it's because like the things are all, they're not consistent with the blueprint version. There's a little something funny for you. And by funny, I mean I want to die. Why would they do this to me? Why do they do this? But seriously, why do they do this? By the way, yes, I am following a tutorial because I'm silly. I'm a silly goose. Yeah, I'm a real game dev. I follow a tutorial. Okay, but what values are they doing for these? Not 10,000. Definitely not 10,000. I want to see what kind of values they put in here. Wait, they deleted the second position strength one. $502,000. Hold on, I'm working. Everybody calm down. I'm working. Hold on. So for this one, they are not using position strength, which is interesting. Also, it says it's only used for non-local simulation, and then we have is local simulation turned on. But who knows? You never know with comments these days in Unreal. Sometimes it just doesn't make any sense. You know, sometimes this shit doesn't make any sense. Anyways, watch this kick. Why is he disappearing? There's something with occlusion that's occurring. I don't know why. I don't know why. Anyone ever just raw dog some cheese as a snack? No? Is the bound scale? It's got to do something with the bounds, but I'm not sure. I never modified. Oh, is it use attach parent bound? Error. That might be it. Error. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yes, I think I figured out the problem. Yes, I figured out the problem. I'm a huge idiot. PayPal 5K. What? But it wasn't even the bound scale. It was the update bound scale. Hey, you can't do that. Hey, what? Pay the man? This is I can report this to the FBI. Is there a Canadian FBI? The Canadian FBI, the CFBI. See, now we have a little bit of like he's trying to retain his form by T-posing. You see that? Home run. Home run. Okay. I could see this getting okay. We're getting freaking. Okay, you know what? I see the sauce. I see the sauce. I can see the sauce. I can see something. There's something really weird here. He also enables and disables the gravity. So I guess we'll sure. We're gonna move this stuff. Based off of the speed that they're going at. In the z-axis, which is interesting. More than negative 4,000. Why they gotta be so confusing by using a more than and then a negative value? Okay, so hold on. I gotta understand, what is that for? Wouldn't it be funny if you got FBI rated and someone did a 5 push-ups thing? Don't say that. What are you talking about? Someone knock some wood out. Knock on wood. Why would you? Why? Why would the FBI? Understanding the tutorial? What are you, fucking insane? Yeah, a little bit. I do be. Set actor location during ragdoll. Okay, so this is them setting the capsule. No, this is them doing, checking to see, oh, right, they're also setting the actor location. Right, yeah. So we're gonna need this. This is pretty important. He's doing all the work for you and you haven't even subscribed and smashed that bell button. Listen, I'm going to be editing a bunch of this myself. Possibly. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I will. We're not going to do any standing up. Like, the stand-up is literally him just going upright. Like, that's how it's going to work. Oh, wait, we're not doing... No, dude, wait, hold on. No, I don't like that. Wait, hold on, hold on. I just realized anytime we hit them, he doesn't play any physical animation anymore. Hold on. Let's try re-implementing that. But then he's T-posing. Or doing whatever he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. I wonder how much of that code in the character could be moved into the animation blueprint. Just call an event or something to enable it. I don't know. Probably quite a bit. Probably. I'm sure. Oh, you know what we can do? We can cut this entire section out. Yes. Goblet. Am I still using C++ for the project? I am using more of it. I'm using more C++, but not as much as I should be right now. But we are using quite a bit of it for the gameplay ability system. What's kind of psychotic is you don't actually know he's dead. Until he drops his sword. Okay, so the next element. We do need to make it so his body does follow behind. And I could probably figure out that myself, but let's see what they're doing. I'm curious about the set enabled gravity though. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just follow the tutorial. So they are getting the bone location. Makes sense. Get socket location also can be for bone location. If you didn't know, now you know. What I'm curious about though is they're using the pelvis instead of the root. Oh, that makes sense because it's the center of the body. It's the center of the body. I get it. I get why they did that. And then what are they doing? They're doing a bunch of like checks to see if the ragdoll is facing up. Then they're doing line traces, probably for the animation to check if the ragdoll's on the ground. What I care about right now is setting the actual location. Oh, they are doing the line trace for that. Yeah, okay. We are going to have to do that line trace as much as I don't want to. Let me just see a gist of what they're doing and then I can write it myself. I would assume they're doing a target ragdoll location minus scaled capsule half height. Yeah, that makes sense. I get what they're doing. Would it be scaled or unscaled? I don't understand why that just doesn't immediately go there. And pretty sure that is what they're doing. Yep, makes sense. Okay. Wouldn't a capsule trace be better? Yes, it would be. In this case, though, I think a line trace is okay. Yeah, it's okay for now. But chances are we probably will convert it to a capsule trace for some random edge cases, like an enemy, you know, being on the edge or something. But I guess if their full body isn't on an edge, then yeah. Impact point Z makes sense. Then they're minusing that from the trace start. Okay. They're getting the height stuff, the height difference essentially from this. And then absolute, so there's no negative values. And then we're doing another minus of the scaled half height. Some of this stuff, okay, the nice thing I like about this is we have a variety of different capsule half heights for a bunch of our enemies. So this is actually kind of good for us. So, yeah. I made an entire widget controller and overlay in C++ last night, and let me tell you, that was a pain in the dick. Is that cheaper to do, though? I don't know. You'd have to compare. You'd have to compare the performance of doing it in Blueprint versus doing it in C++. If it works, it works. You know what I mean? If it works, it works. You know? And then they're doing a +2 just so it doesn't slightly clip. Oh no, they're using last ragdoll velocity, which I might have not made as a global parameter. And I made it as a local variable. Can I convert this into a yeah. Two. Yeah, probably should have considered that that's probably just going to end up being used in other sections of the code. Compile, save, delete that one, compile, save, rename. Compile, save. All right, now we've now we can grab that variable that we need. There should be a way to convert that to like an actual variable, though. Like, there should be a way to do that. I don't see why not. That'd be the Z location. Oh, and then they're using this. Hey, you know what? I actually like this tutorial because they kind of write cleanish blueprint code. I respect it because I see what they're doing. They're like, they planned that shit ahead, how they did that. Very good. Okay, and then set actor location, which should, in theory, set the entire capsule component. But great, because the capsule doesn't have collision, I guess we can just click on this guy. I can click his capsule component. Where is his capsule component? It's still here, even though it should be over here. Oh, right. I'm not calling the function. Man, why do I keep doing that? Classic. Classic case of forgetting to call the thing. Love when I do that. I do that often. So now if I click the guy and then click his capsule component, it's over there. Should I be alarmed? Okay, I know what the problem is. I'm reading from his velocity, which makes no sense. But what is the tutorial doing? It's reading from the velocity. What? What? Wait, I don't. Why are they doing? Why are they doing that? Why are they reading from the? Why are they reading from the velocity? Wait. I feel like they didn't do that correctly. Am I going crazy? Tutorial guy making a mistake, classic. I already did that. Yep, noticed his mistake. He Okay, so I understand what he's doing. If there's no land, he's essentially going to set the location by default, no matter what. If they're in the air or whatever, just to the target ragdoll location. Also, by the way, I just realized we didn't need that velocity as a global parameter because we're actually using this local variable, which is right here. Variables! Whatever. More variables equals bad, in my opinion, because it just fills up the entire list. Just feels like ass. Okay, so now we should see the capsule in the correct location. So if I kick this guy, our capsule location should be right there. There we go. Yes! Yes! Okay, by the way, random idea. Our forward vector of this is the spring arm. So we should actually be able to launch him up. Why are we not able to launch him up? Get look get eyes. Maybe the spring arm is not giving us. There we go. Now now can you imagine you like slide underneath an enemy and then you kick them up and they go up in the air, you know? Isn't that That's what I was thinking of. I was picturing that, you know? Fun stuff, yeah. Ah! I really don't actually know what that set gravity enabled thing is doing. I don't know what this is doing right here. So I want to see what is it actually like spitting out? Like what is this doing? I don't... It's slowing the ragdoll down? I don't think so. It's getting the Z and checking if it's more than -4,000. God, that just feels so confusing because you could do... maybe it's turning off gravity if they're downwards... if the downwards velocity is too fast, maybe it's disabling gravity to maybe slow down the character. I don't know. But like, we're not going to notice that unless maybe we like kick them from a really high height. Can you imagine with some, you know how in Suit for Hire we have the body hitting sound effects? Can you just picture like the Half-Life, the source sound effects? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, all right. All right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Now we just have to get him to stand back up. In our case, set them to walking. We also have to turn off the collision on the mesh and turn, yep. Okay, so we need a ragdoll end. That's going to, for now, I'm just going to do this stuff. Set movement mode. We're going to set the movement mode to walking. Oh, interesting. They're setting... Oh, they're setting the... When they're falling and they're trying to return to the thing, they're force setting the velocity. Smart. Very smart. So, okay. Set collision enabled to collision enabled. Then we want to take the mesh. We want to set the object type to a pawn. And we want to set the response to channel world static to ignore. Then we're going to want to turn off is ragdolling to false. And in fact, we probably want to do that before all of this. I just realized, by the way, the mesh already has collision enabled set to true, so we don't actually need... And then, of course, last but not least, set all bodies simulate physics to false. Here's how I'm thinking we can call this on a timer. Put this on the on a timer. So on ragdoll update, no, on ragdoll, on set location during ragdoll, we're going to set a timer for ragdoll end. We'll do a 1.5 second timer. And then if they end up getting back in the air, let's go ahead and clear timer by function name. So now he should be able to just stand right back up. What? Mm-hmm. Right. Is it spelt differently? Hold on, let me preview this so I can see what's going on. Oh, great. There's multiple grunts. Which one is it? Grunt 7, I'm assuming? Oh, it's dummy. Whoopsies. Oh, wait, it's setting the timer constantly. Okay. Oh, we have to set his rotation. uh, 0. No, that's not it. What it is in ragdoll end, we got to set the rotation. For some reason, the rotation is negative 90 on the Z. What? Why is that a thing? Okay, well, there you go. Problem solved. Now, I think him not moving anymore is due to a different element. Also, I'm noticing something weird going on here. I think we have to reset his location as well. Which really sucks because all of the locations are different for all of the... I'm assuming that's what they're doing in the tutorial. Or maybe they're doing that somewhere else? I know they were doing some set locations in the... Do you know why we have a USB? I don't know. Because we already had USA. Mods? Mods? Wait, he has to be setting the location of the mesh at the end, right? I'm gonna have to change this up for the other enemies, but... because they all have different... base locations. Unless you can you get the... Can you get the location? No, no, you can't do that, no? Okay. Or can you do defaults? No, 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 can't do that, no. Unfortunate, unfortunate. Maybe can you? Can you get the class defaults of transform? Nope. Unfortunately, no. Just stands right up. Okay, hold on. Let's bring back the grunts. Bring back the guys that attack. All right. So now we can test it on this guy. I think he can attack while ragdoll, so we're gonna have to fix that. What? He got back up. But he's not supposed to, because he's dead. Whoa. Okay. I could see this being fun. Obviously, there's like a lot more to it, but I could see it being really fun. Let's increase the amount of time it takes for them to get back up. It's like 2.5. Okay, also they can attack while they're ragdolling. So let's go here. They have their attack task right here. Let's do a branch here, just as a really basic thing. They cannot call the task. I also have to go into the code because if I do that, I think that breaks their brain. So I have to go in here and do that. Otherwise, they're gonna just break like the dummy does. It would appear they still break like the dummy does, unfortunately. I have an idea. I guess it's probably the fact that he was in the middle of an attack and that became false, and suddenly he could no longer finish it. Although he still kind of attacked me there. Well, that's not very good. Does calling unsuccessful break his code? That's not good. That shouldn't be the case. That should not be the case. But let's see if that's actually the case. I wonder if it's being aborted. And so his behavior tree is cutting out. Oh, it's not very good. Okay, grunt number 5. Grunt number 5. Okay, grunt number 5. We're calling out to grunt number 5, which, by the way, no longer has a brain. Supposedly. Because I can't see it. I think like every time we kick him, he literally no longer has a behavior tree. Wait, I don't think that's right. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, he's right here. He's stuck in enemy attack. Oh, he doesn't have an he doesn't have an uninterrupted state. So I should be able to call on success to false. That should work. It was something else entirely. Why does he have oh, why? Yeah. He's got a stop move sound, attack, play move sound. We need to delete that. we need to change that. Because that just means he's going to get stuck. Alternatively, we just also send, hey, is ragdolling to the blackboard, and then that can, in theory, cut the sequence. But I really don't think we need multiple task types here to stop move sound and play move sound. So what I'm going to do is actually delete that. I think we can stop the move sound, although that should just be done in a different way, to be honest. Stop the move sound. If he's interrupted, play the move sound. And on completed, play the move sound. Although I think we're going to completely change this in the future anyways. So now if he ends up... There we go. Why is he playing the sound effect 5 million times? I thought we deleted the thing causing him to attack 3 times. Maybe he's calling this like, oh, he's calling it like every second. We only want that to be called once. How do we only call this once? Is there a way to only call this once? Whatever. Whatever, we'll fix that later. I do think he's calling this multiple times, even though the interval is 1 second, so. I don't know what that is. Every time we kick him, he just... it's happening in Fmod because the sound effect stuff is on Fmod. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Either way, we should not be able to call the attack task. Maybe this is what's going on. I literally don't know. Anyways. I don't know. Is he stuck in the attack state when we kick him? Oh yeah, he keeps trying to go into the attack state, even though he shouldn't be. Okay, we need to like add a condition here. Yeah. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Blackboard. Let's go into Blackboard real quick. We're gonna add a new key, Boolean. Is ragdolling. And then we need to make sure that let's abort is not set, is ragdolling is not set. Is the game ready for release? I don't know. I have to get... I don't think we get the blackboard of this, right? I'd have to get the blackboard of the AI controller. Right? I don't know. Both, these both probably work. So now what I have to do is when we set is ragdolling to false, I also have to set this value to false. Kind of annoying, but you know, whatever. Let me let's double check that though. We can keep this open in the corner here. It's going to show that he's attacking, and then when we kick, he can no longer do it because it's failing, and then when he gets back up, he can now go back and do the things that he's doing. And now he can no longer do anything. Okay. Okay. All right. We're gonna need some like attack cooldowns because like you can see like he's kind of just attacking no matter what. And that kind of feels like ass without a block because you can't really like do anything. Like they just instantly attack you, which I think does not feel very good. Also, I think we only want him to fall over when we do like a strong kick. That's another factor as well. So right now they're just doing it whenever. So let's go to our character. We're doing things very hacky. So we want to check if the strength is over, I don't know, 0.8, I think is fine. Now, this would be very heavily dependent on a ton of factors, but for now we're just keeping it really basic, where it's like, if you do a strong kick, they go into ragdoll. And we've only tested it with a grunt. We don't know if it works with the other enemies yet, because they have different skeletal mesh setups and bunch of shit, you know, so we can try. Let's go ahead and get this spider in here. There he goes. I don't know what happened to him. Now he's in the ground and he can't get up. And that's probably because, yeah. It's probably because their skeletal mesh setup is stupid. Spine 02 has to have simulate physics enabled if you like to add impulse. Oh, great. Let me guess. This guy does not have a let me guess. The spider does not have a spine 02. Well, they do, but it is not a part of spine 01. Who rigged this skeletal mesh? And why is... Right, okay. This little guy is going to need a lot of work. I wonder if all of the animations would break if I reparent them correctly in Blender right now. Okay, let's open up Crawler. Let's make a copy of let's make a copy of Crawler. Let's go ahead. Crawler 2. All right, we got Crawler 2. We're gonna go into edit mode, and let me see if I remember how to do this. So parent, I think it's all based on parents, if I remember correctly. Right? Is that the relation setup? It's been a while. It's been a while since I've done this. So we want spine 02 to be parented to spine 01. Okay, and then we want the upper leg, we want all of the legs to be parented to spine 02. Great, when I did that. Okay, surely the animations are still... Oh, it's because I was in edit mode. You know, I don't know if that's how I animated it. But just to be sure... just to be sure... Okay, that is how I animated it. What the fuck was past me thinking? Is he what's wrong with... Is he drunk? Why is he walking like that? Why is he... Okay. What happened to his attack animation? It just disappeared. I hate Blender. Dude, where is it? Where did it go? I laughed so much working on animation stuff. Don't shut up, man. What's no shield button? I hate this stupid software. Oh, come on, cock. All right, let's open the original. That's why we make a click the shield button. Click the shield button. Fucking dog shit. Piece of shit software. You can't. Okay, now we're going to save. We're going to overwrite the other one, and then we're going to redo all of the work that we just did. Okay, so Spine 02. Okay, so Spine 02 is parented to Spine 01. The legs are parented to Spine 02. Copy to selected. So then we have legs in there. Okay. Okay. Now I save. And ideally, I re-export this guy. And I don't know how to export him. I think it would just be export FBX. I don't see why else it would be any different. We're going to keep the OG. And we're just going to export a 2. Because this is 2. Okay, now. How do I set the import path? Can I not re-import the, Can I not re-import the skeleton? No, not the popper. Oh, no. Mm-hmm. I think I have to re-import or re-export the animations as well. How? So I just have it enabled and then... What's my new game about? It's like a fantasy... There were issues with the re-import. I don't remember how to export the way that we exported here. And I just overrode the original. That's very good. Very good. Good job, me, stupid dummy. It's like a first-person fantasy action roguelite. Yeah. 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 Import failed. Okay, things are looking bad. Also, the skeletal mesh is not updated. I think we got to re-import this entire guy. Can you not re-import a skeleton? I swear you were able to re-import a skeleton. I swear you were able to re-import a skeleton. Well, looks like we got to re-import everything. Sure. Can you assign an animation blueprint to... Oh, yeah, you can. Okay, so we can delete the physics asset? I think we're going to want to. Yeah. Okay, goodbye. Just look at that. It's modern art. He's turned into a fireplace. I turned this skeleton into a fireplace. And fucked up the entire mesh. Okay, to be fair, the entire model was like, you know, you ain't salvaging that. Why are you back? Why are you here again? Why is the interchange thing here again? There we go. We're gonna import a skeletal mesh. Don't want to import this okay. Don't want to import the animations. What's that command for interchange? It is. Hold on, I crashed my engine. Hitting the tab key has caused irreparable damage to my engine. Where the fuck I am? Okay. It is this. This is it. How are you doing, by the way, Freddy? Okay, so our skeleton is looking better. Or, well, our mesh. Our skeleton is looking better. Our physics asset is, yep, looking as good as it could. It would appear... Yeah. Okay. What? Okay, it would appear that the auto creation for the physics asset is not as good as the past one. Now, could that be that I fucked it all up? I don't know. It's because of the 100 scale? I don't think this is scaled by 100, is it? No, see, it's regular scale. Yeah, I know, it doesn't have a skeleton. Wouldn't it be better just for me to retarget it? Okay, so replace Skeleton. Crawler 2. The animation is going to look fucked. That's fine. What if we re-import it? It's still fucked. That's good. That's really good. Am I exporting this animation correctly? Like, I don't know which action it's actually exporting. And I'm pretty sure I didn't use Autorig Pro for this because we're not exporting Autorig Pro. Let me see if I can just re-import this like this. Whatever, we'll delete it and I'll just redo everything. Is that gonna break the, that might break the montage. Great. We're doing some, this is some stuff that could easily corrupt the project. I really should get, oh man, I gotta get source control set up ASAP. I am living life on the edge doing this. By the way, that file is still trying to delete itself. Let's see if there's a crash report client editor in the background that's causing it to take longer. It's gone. But then what does that mean for the montage? Okay, good. It still keeps, okay, not that it matters too much, but it's still keeping its duration. So now can I re-import the leap attack? How do you export an animation, man? How do you export an animation? I don't want to export all actions. I just want to export one action. The current one. God, I really hate Blender sometimes. Okay, so the keyframes are here. Hold on, let me look at it. Let's search it up. Blender export animation sequence. Export animation action. Check action filter? Using Blender 4.3. Oh my god, I'm in 4.1. And I don't have an action tree. Oh, it's doing NLA strips. Oh, shit balls. Where's that again? NLA, nonlinear animation. Yeah, we have that one selected. No. Wow. I really hate Blender sometimes. Like my plugin, yeah, I can't export using this plugin because I'm not actually using a rig. So I'd have to export using the traditional way. I don't know how the hell I exported these. No idea. Did I? Yeah, I have no idea how I exported those. No idea. I'm lost. Uncheck NLA. Will that allow me to export just whatever is currently there? Let's see. Let's find out. Why is he so tiny? Maybe we do have to scale this up by 100 in here. All right. Okay. I wonder, because this is named the same. No, it's not. Leap tack. Now, of course, though, this is root motion, so we got to turn off the root motion. I think scaling it by 100 is causing some... Wait, what? So, wait, huh? Wait, what? Wait, what the hell is going... How do I... How... It's showing me the root motion when usually he should be stuck in place. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? What's going on? What is going on? Check the root bone scale in UE. It's not 1. It's 1. The armature is set to 1. um... Okay. Let's just wait, why was I enabling root motion? Wait, huh? Okay, 100 and then re-import. And then enable root motion. Can you just remove all the spiders from the game? Thanks. It's not a spider. He's only got 6 legs. It's a scam. It's not real. You don't have to be scared. There's nothing to be scared of. It's spider adjacent? No, it's not. Okay, exporting by 100 is not what we want. No. Not what we, yeah, no. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and, hold on, let's just see, where's the spider? Yeah, don't you worry. We'll fix the walking animation in just a second. Surely. Yeah, don't you worry. I'm gonna find a skeleton. I'm gonna replace the skeleton. I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna re-import because now I'm surely I've re-imported it correctly, right? Oh, look at the little tiny guy. Look, he's like real life size. Now, will these things jump in our face? Possibly. So let me get this right. The skeleton is correct, but then the animations associated, which by the way, I can no longer... There's no button. Oh, there it is. They hate me. And from the looks of it, it looks like none of my export settings have saved, so I don't actually... I don't actually know why... You know, I hate this. You know, I really do hate this. This is dog shit. Yeah, that's what this is. Anim import scale needs to be 100 if it was 100 for the mesh. I don't think it is, but let's see. The skeleton... mesh. Wish I could see the mesh. Oh, there you go. Asset details. The scale is 1. Get a better FBX export plugin. Maybe that's what I was doing. Maybe I was exporting using like a plugin or something. Who knows? I don't think I was though. And I don't think I was... What was past me doing? You know, I really wonder what was past me doing. What did he do to get this to work properly? Try ticking apply transformation. We can try. We can try. Now, setting it to 100, I don't know if that's the right way to go about doing it. Let's find out. It's you know what it looks like? It looks like the Super Mario 64 when you get sucked into the little lantern thing to go to the castle level, like the spooky house level. God, this sucks. Okay, so hold on. So you're telling me if I do the import scale like this, but then set it to 1, let me see if the attack works. This doesn't make shit. This doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I do use AutoRig Pro, but for my my player character, I don't use it for the enemies for some reason. Don't ask me why. Past me probably had an answer. Anyways, we're probably going to change all these enemies anyway, so who cares? I kind of care, but like, you know, whatever. We don't talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. At least now, head and spine are in the same group. Now, if I kick the spider, does he go into a proper ragdoll? That was the true question. Oh, yeah, I forgot. His physics asset is, you know. You know. You know. Kind of not good. I don't really know how else to say it, but I don't know why the generative, why is the generation doing that? You know. I don't know. We tried manually re-importing. We did. I had to re-import the skeleton and everything, so I think we're okay. Now we just need to generate. I don't know why generating. Oh, hey, look at that. I just had to set the minimum bone size to 0.1. And now he's okay. Wow. Wow. Would you look at that? He's still sliding away though, but that's okay. He's back. He's in the floor. What? Well, I know why that is, but... All right, well, we got a few things we need to do. By the way, we have 3 other enemies we have to do this to. Also, the Pauper, I think, uses the same skeleton. So let's go take a look. Would you like to create a new skeleton? Uh-oh. Let's leave the Pauper alone. Pauper, you can stay there for now. Pauper, you go away. What the hell? Why is this guy so shiny looking? Oh, he's fine. Okay, maybe we can determine the height of the crawler. So negative 50. What's the capsule component half height? 51. Why don't we... Let's go back to here. We hard coded this. Don't ask me why. It's because I'm stupid. Get half capsule. Okay. Maybe that will work. First, we kick this guy. Then we kick the other guy. That guy's fine. Kick this guy now. SpongeBob? There's only one problem that... Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Close everything. I'm getting stressed out. There's too many things going on. The crawler. So in the grunt, we added this blackboard value for is ragdolling. We gotta add that. Also, we gotta delete these things. For now. Hold on. Just copy this. There we go. Copy, paste. There we go. There we go. Now we can kick him. He trips over a little bit, and then he gets back up. And then he falls again. Oh, no! Okay, that was kind of disgusting, but he should do that more often. Is crawling onto my character's face. Okay, hear me out. That's awesome. He should crawl on the player character. God, they look so... He looks so stupid. We're gonna have to change a bunch of his constraints because, like, he does turn into a bowling ball. Let me tell you, he really does. Without fail, he turns into a bowling ball, and he also. Did you see that? Did you see him just fall into the world? Okay, that was kind of funny. Did you see? The instant he slipped off, it was over. Let me give him his materials. Enemy. I don't know what I gave him for his eyes. Probably that, if I were to guess. Okay, so what I'm guessing is he has a root bone. Ah, there you go. That was the problem. Okay, so now he just has the spine bone. So now if I kick him, he should work properly. Dude. Come on, man. He can't get up. Help, I can't get up. There you go, you're welcome. He really can't get up. Oh, there we go. Okay, don't get me wrong. We have a lot of constraint issues that we need to focus on. Okay, don't get me wrong. Lots of problems. Lots of problems. Lots of them. Lots of them. And I don't even know how to fix... Oh, wait, no. I fix it like this. First off, we need to do twist and swing. Twist and swing, baby. Twist and swing. Second off, I think. Okay. His body is going in the ground, man. Where is he? Oh, there he is. What the? I can't change the size of his butt. I crashed the engine. Go back in. Did I save? I don't remember. No, we're definitely gonna make it so enemies knock over other enemies. Are you kidding me? Hell yeah. That's the whole point of this system. I don't think I care about the physics of these things very much. For some reason, he's moving like that. I don't know why. You know, I wish I knew, but I don't. They apparently have no mass. So let's go ahead and give him some mass. He's gonna be like 10 kilograms. His butt, 5. Why is he moving like that? He moves in the weirdest way. Why? Why does he move like that? Is it because of the Spine 02? Why does he move like that? He moves in such a weird way. I think this entire bone setup is incorrect. We should have done like... The spine goes in this direction and in that direction. It should just go down like a chain. Start from head, down to here, down to the butt. Like that should have been... I don't want to re-import this skeleton, but we might have to, man. And now he's kind of okay. What? Well, not really. What the hell is going on? Oh, God. All right, spider, you stupid asshole. Why is he in the ground? And now he's flipped upside down. Oh, see here, he's also in the ground in the simulation. What the hell is going on? What the hell? Is it because we deleted that root bone and now it's like all kinds of weird right now? It like doesn't know what to do. After deleting the root bone. The thing is, we did that earlier to the other skeleton and it was perfectly fine. Um. Something tells me I'm not seeing the real representations of these because I just tried to scale that and it wouldn't let me. And now I'm trying to scale it again and it won't let me. What is going on? Why can't I? Man, what the heck? I can't. I'm now rotating the camera. I am not rotating the body anymore. I'm rotating the camera. I am I am now one with the spider. What? This shit's haunted. It's fucking haunted. Now if I control Z that, oh hey, look, it actually didn't crash. What did I do? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He's still half of his body's inside. Let me see, what is the now that being said, the grunt has a more proper physics asset. I don't know what I changed in here when I deleted the root bone in here to fix his physics. Like, I don't know what I magically must have done. Like, I literally don't know. I think the problem is the head is separated from this stupid spine 02. I bet you if I delete spine 02, what happens? Still broken. Okay. But spine 02 is not like providing any value here. Oh, and oh, by the way, scaling is like... Oh, that's because we have snapping on. I still can't scale it smaller. I think the scale of the physics asset is broken. Like, the scale of the skeleton is broken. We know that. That's why it required us to change the bone size to something ridiculous. I think that issue with the skeleton, for some reason scaling itself so tiny, is coming back to bite us in the ass. Which makes no sense, because he looks fine here. Okay, let's delete the physics asset. We're going to delete this physics asset. We're going to go to the mesh, and we're going to create and assign. But the problem is, for some reason, it's only scaling off of the spine 01 head and spine 02. The scale was 100 for the root bone? I don't see that, though. Hold on, let's see. Where would the scale of the root bone even be? Where would scale even be? In UE, it's 100. Oh yeah, you're right. Why is the scale of the root bone 100? So I'm setting this to 1, and as you guys can see, it's got a mind of its own, kind of just doing whatever. I would use the plugin. The thing is, how is it that I got this to work before without a problem? And my workspace has worked just fine with no issue. Did I have some sort of plugin back then that was fine for some magical reason? You know, Iro. I don't know why this was. Yeah, that would probably explain a few things. What about the grunt? 1. Can't you change the world scale and then re-export, or does that change fuck up stuff? I don't know why I don't know why it's just the root bone that's set to 100, scale 100. I must have been using an exporter. I must have been, because there's no way I would have been using this fucking ass. What was I using to export this animation? Blender for Unreal Engine. That's probably what I was using. Okay, this had to be what I was using. That had to be what I was using. Because there's no way. I'm getting an error, but it's nothing too major. Is this what I was using? I don't know if this is what I was using. I don't see it updating. Yeah. I have a feeling this is probably what I was using to export the animations. But I don't know. I don't know from where. Exported FBX / skeletal mesh. It's not exporting successfully. So either I am seeing the Zen UV error. Am I using the right version like of this fucking plugin? God, I hate updating Blender. I think that has to be like my bane of my existence. Is having to update Blender. That's got to be the bane of my existence. Truly. Unit scale. See, the thing is, I've never had to set the scale for the scene. I've never had to do that ever. Like, ever. I'm assuming you change this from 1 to 0.01. Let's see if that imports the mesh in a different way. Out of curiosity, we're going to go ahead and import crawler 3. Oh, would you look at that? This bullshit's backed. Today is not a good day. Today is kind of a good day, but today is also not a good day. So our goal is we need to see if the root bone Still contains a 100 scale. It does. That's so weird. Why? And I don't know if I was using this. I feel like I was. I was using something. To export this. I don't know what I was using, but it's here. Blender export UE skeletons plugin. Someone said in YouTube chat that there's an export plugin. What would be the go-to export plugin? What's like the go-to plugin for exporting UE skeletal meshes? Better FBX exporter. Better FBX exporter, eh? I've literally never changed any of these settings before. So let me just see if I actually like properly, maybe I didn't like properly change the scale because it's grayed out for some reason. Okay, now he's tiny. Okay. Are we getting somewhere? Root bone is now 1. Okay. This might be good for us. All right. It took 3 iterations, but we're here. So now what I need to do is do an import with 100 scale. And now let's re-import. And oh shit, he's big. He's a big guy. Re-import with 1. Okay, if it's not a scale of 100, then what is the scale? 0.01. That is... Wait. Oh. It's because it changed the... Wait, hold on. I'm so confused. Okay, let me see better FBX exporter. I've never used that before. $30. Yeah. I'm just really curious what tool set I used to initially export all this stuff. I don't know. There must have been like a workflow that I used to export it initially, but I don't know. It seems like it might have been Unreal Engine for this, but like none of the stuff was set up. Whenever I export here, for some reason it has an export. That's because ZenUV for some reason has a fucking error. Which is really stupid. I don't know why. So I can't even test this even if I wanted to. Oh, it is exporting. It's just exporting in the root of my hard drive. Yeah. Right. Hold on. Yeah, now now it exported apparently in my C drive root, in the root of my C drive. Supposedly. Right. No. // means it should export where the blend file is. I think all of my shit's fucked. You know, I have reason to believe that all of my shit is fucked. Because, look, I click this. I'm in the folder. This should mean that it goes in the project folder. Right? I could do this instead. Export. And now it's exporting in the correct place. Let's test it out. Maybe this is better. Okay. Number one check. Is the root bone scaled to 100? No. I think that was the exporter I was using that entire time. The physics asset looks generally correct. Now, can I export the animations? Is there a path for animations? No, it's the same as the skeletal meshes. There's a folder called anim. None of this makes sense. Okay. So the... Wait, what? Why is this one perfectly fine, but then the leap attack is like broken? Wait, what the hell's going on? And now it's fine? What is going on? Okay. Delete the old, bring in the new, I guess. Then, would you like to choose a new one? Yes, I'd like to choose armature. Okay. Then I'd like to choose the new thing, which is leap. I think that's just me animating poorly. I don't think that's Unreal. Or is it? Yeah, that's just me. Okay, just skill issue on my end, sorry. Well, at least we know we're gonna have to do this probably a few more times. Yeah. Also kind of looks like the spider... Oh, no, he's fine. He's just... Oh, no, he's a crab. What? It would appear we've turned him into a crab. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow, today has been a great day. Is there something setting his rotation here in the attack that I should maybe know about? No? Okay. Why is he turning? It's because some of the imports we have to do, like, rotate by -90. I don't know why he's turning. I wish I knew why he was turning. But he just seems to be he's just turning. He's just, having a good time. He's just turning. Yeah. He's setting the focus to the player character. Okay, I have an idea. So the walking animation is the only thing that's fucked up for him. So why don't we just set his walking animation to a -9? What if we set it to 0? Take that, stupid code, idiot. It took so long to get that to work. And it's literally the same thing as before. Like, nothing's changed. It's just we have horrible names now. SKM amateur is definitely what I wanted. Okay. All right, let's rename everything. All right. This is the skeletal mesh, which I think is SM. This is the physics asset crawler. This is the skeletal mesh crawler. This is an animation sequence crawler underscore leap attack. Dash leap attack. I want to die. I want to die. This is awful. This is horrible. This is a horrible stream. It was good, but also horrible. This also means I have like 5 million other things to fix, but it crashed. Was it just 5 hours struggling? No, we got like the ragdoll stuff in for like 3 hours. Isn't SM static mesh? I use it for skeletal mesh. I do for skeletal mesh. S is my prefix for static meshes. I guess it makes more sense to do SKM, but whatever. Okay, so cursed? What? You don't do S for static mesh? It seems like we were able to get everything to work. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why does it look so rough? Oh my god. Well, all right. You know, it was a good change to make because now at least I think the animation is better. We should have to change his legs because the actual namings are incorrect. In the root enemy blueprint, we set it to hand underscore R and hand underscore left. The thing is, the bones for the spider are completely different from a humanoid. So these, this section right here, by the way, for one, we don't have a spine 03 on our spider. Yeah, we need to change all of this. I'm thinking we can have a primary and secondary physical animation array, and then we can change that per enemy. Because we don't have a spine 03 on the spider. And now I think about it, I don't even think the grunt has a spine 03. Oh no, he does. Actually, he does. It's just the spider doesn't. So let's go ahead and do two things. We're gonna have primary ragdoll primary bones. It's going to be an array of names. And then we're going to duplicate this. And have secondary bones. So we'll do primary bones, secondary bones. All right. Okay. So now what we're going to do is in here, is this cleaner? I don't know. Is this, will this be more expensive? I also don't really know. Going through a for loop. Like, I don't I don't really know, actually. You know, I actually don't really know if this is going to be more expensive. Okay, so Ragdoll. Let's find Ragdoll. Okay, Ragdoll. Primary bones. We got spine 03. I don't remember what we did. Upper leg underscore left and upper leg underscore right. And then secondary bones is hand underscore right and hand underscore left. And I would assume we have those. He's got hands, right? He's got no hands. His hand bones, he doesn't have. I don't know if whatever. This is the worst. Today sucks. This day sucks. Ah! Oh shit. Oh my god. All right, we're getting somewhere. Okay, let's put the values into the spider. Also, we had a prefix of underscore enemy apparently for everything, and we did not do that for whatever. We also got to set up all this shit, all of the constraints. Some of these constraints are incorrect, by the way, but we're just gonna whatever. Okay. Let's keep this open. Oh, this is gonna suck. I gotta do this for all these legs. Why did I have to make a spider enemy? Okay, so the primary bones includes the spine 01. And, or actually, wait, would it be spine 01 or would it be, yeah, sure, whatever. And butt, I think. And then secondary bones includes lower leg M underscore R, lower leg M underscore L, M. Put this here. Put that there, and then, okay. Do I need to do all this? You know what? Just put spine 02. I don't know if we need to do all of this unnecessary stuff. Like, I don't know. Let's just kick the spider real quick. Get over here. See, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's gonna get back up. Hold on, watch out. See? I don't know if I like these orientation strength values. I'm going to do 300 and 800. I'm going to do 200 and 500. Position strength, let's do 300 and 1500. I gotta change some of the physical asset for this guy, because he likes to spin on the top, and then he's stuck. He's like a turtle. Whoa, whoa! We're getting some errors. It's because of the blackboard, apparently. Ragdoll start. All right. You know what? Honestly, good day. I am noticing, however, and I don't know if we like lost some progress. The kick or the start ragdoll is not taking into account the strength of the kick. Oh. That would explain it. Okay, let's just put that there. let's just put that there. We need to hold it for 0.2 seconds for them to fall over. What the? Okay, that's not long enough. That needs to be like 0.4 or something. I don't know, because there's like a slow rate. 0.6. Okay, there we go. Elapsed seconds, 0.6. Okay, feeling pretty good about that. Ah! Okay. Is this psychotic? Hey, we made great progress today. Got a little bit of ragdolling in. We just have to make it so the other enemies, you know, react to it too. And then abilities can do it. And then of course we probably don't want it to be like instantaneous. That's cool. Okay, that should have probably hit. He won't. Jimmy? Jimmy? No, Jimmy! Dude, why does this spider have so much health, man? All right. Cool. Wow, 5-hour stream. Mostly struggling and whatever other things. Great, love that. Just noticing how piss poor I rigged my skeletons. Now, the question is, we messed around earlier with that, we should do that another day. Okay, the next thing would be... would be that. Tripping / messing with other enemies they overlap with. That would be something we'd want as well. But that feels pretty good. We do need some sort of staggering system. So that would be like them like staggering, but it's like not them necessarily on the floor or like ragdolling. Kind of like that. Oh, actually, I think I killed them by accident. No. So I think that would be something I'd like to also do. So yeah. What's this task list editor you're using? Notion, Notion. Okay. We got a little bit of a game going. I would say right now the combat flow is not very good. So like that's something we're gonna have to work on. It's like the only thing you can do to circumvent an attack is like dodging it. There's not much more that you can really do there. So that would be something to figure out. Huh. So that is kind of shit. And I think tomorrow I want to put in attack queuing, attack input queuing. Yeah, that's the task. Attack input queuing, I think, is going to be pretty important. We added more ending frames to the strong attack, so we can delete this. Does it feel good? Hold on, let's see. Hold on, testing. Versus the light attacks being quick, yeah, I think it's good. And then once we put in input queuing, it'll feel even better. Because I have to like left click at the perfect time, or else it like doesn't work properly, which is really annoying. All right, so I think that'll be a really good improvement tomorrow as well. And then we work on the tripping and whatever enemies, and hopefully some sort of staggering, which we don't really need. I think there's other things that we can focus on, but yeah. Cool. All right. On that note, I think that's a good way to end off the work week. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Hope you guys have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday, I think. What day's Monday? Yeah, I'll be back on Monday. Thanks for dropping by, everybody. Have a great weekend. Pretty good progress so far for the project. For day 14. Bring it up for day 14. Day 14, ladies and gentlemen. Day 14. Bring it up for day 14. Monday, day 15. Oh, yeah. All right. Thanks for lurking, chat, and sticking around. And have a great weekend. Seriously. No, have a great weekend. Take some time for yourself.